Hello, everybody. Okay, and another day on the Titan. Big boy needs a little more work yet. Today we're going to work some more on the non-metallic metal bronze. So we're back to filthy brown. So that's the order of the day. It's filthy brown. So on occasion I may pull out the beastie brown to break up some of the monotony here, but and have not quite because I don't want to, of course, some of these spots as bright sometimes as filthy brown, but I also don't want it as dark as charred brown, so I'll bring in beastie brown, which is in between for that. So we obviously did about half of the bottle yesterday, focusing on the inner side of the right leg. Now we're gonna flip to the other and work on the outer side of the right leg and get that more highlighted for the non-metallics. So we'll probably start here around the center and probably sort of work our way back. I did clear cut it so that way less chance of me rubbing off paint when I hold it from the other side. One thing I noticed when looking from this side, if you notice in the back here, this is all really dark along the center, this portion here of the armor. The irony is I think it's a bit much. So I think what I'm going to do is maybe go in and break it up. So maybe continue some of these brighter spots that I have like along here, wrap them out around the side a little bit, so it would make sense as if the sun or there's some light maybe coming in from the side. That or there's some light shining maybe through here, coming down and hitting this. So it could be vertical, but even if it did, fine. Maybe it just hits in similar same spots and has other breakups that. No, either way, I think that'll work. So I don't worry too much about this super accuracy of. I'm gonna switch glasses here. Put on computer glasses, so a little more focused on closer stuff here. But yeah, we'll be working on this. I was reminded today of how dependent a lot of people are on volunteers to keep good programs going for kids and so forth. You know, someone's got to do it right type situation. I was reminded of that today. So, but it's all good. Again, I'll repeat it that like part of the goal is get these. I'll usually especially hit these corners because they'll tend to have a greater propensity of catching light. So, one of the reasons why we hit them up pretty well. Try not to lick my brush as much as I can help it. That's a little wet. We'll see how the last portion of this. I've noticed before sometimes on Pretzel when it gets down on later tracks of a set that they're not anywhere as good as the earlier ones. Not always. There's some like that, and it's like then it's time to swap. So if anything gets annoying for you, just let me know and we'll change up the music some. But yeah, like I said before, I like having something else in the background as well. Let's see, what was I talking yesterday about? Vindicators and Land Raider. There's something new today. I'm trying to remember. Oh, there's something that they're doing with orcs. I haven't caught that yet. I do have an orc contingent in 40k, but they're not painted. A lot of the stuff isn't even assembled. If it gives you any idea what I have some of the really old school trucks. So, I mean, really small ones that you used to even use in Gorka Morka and all that, and I'm waiting for them to bring back Gorka Morka. That sounded kind of, fun and different, right? I was not aware it was a race game. So you had your, I don't know if it was, I think it was always orcs, but I don't know if there was ever rules for other army options, but the irony was if they fell off the truck, they were considered dead. If they physically fell off your model, right? So that was always one of the running jokes. If you sometimes hear people referring to some of that's what they're referring to, and it was kind of funny at the time. I never played. There's people who are looking to start up like a league with it, where you enter your team and then you race your team and then whatever. And it sounded fun. I liked the concept. At the time, I didn't have orcs, so I didn't put much into it. That, and I was maybe a little more serious at the time when I first started. I'm back in the day where I was like, wait a minute, why would you wear bright yellow armor or bright red armor? I don't get it. And I mean, when it comes to military, that yes, it's not practical. Well, you could say, well, what about the redcoats or whatever? Well, okay. Fine, there was actually a reason back when. But modern armies, no, not so much. So that's where I struggled with it, right? But on the other hand, it was an interesting games. But I'm getting off on a tangent. Orcs. I guess there's some points drops or something, so you may want to check that out if you're not aware. What else is going on? I think there's some other stuff. It might have been something else, but I just don't recall what it is. So it's something to check out in your free time if you want to see what's going on in the hobby. I will say I looked at the one new terrain set that GW has, and this one finally looks to foot the bill for what the rules are. Because of course, years ago the terrain they had with the ruins, you know, had a lot of windows or open areas for the ruins, and it looked nice that way. I mean, it made somewhat common sense, right? Because a lot of the windows would probably be busted out anyhow, right? So why bother having windows? But keyword but the new rule set, as you know, if you play 40k, is the fact that it's near useless if it has gaps in it. Now there's been various house rules or tournament rules to try to mitigate that, so they would like say the lower level is, but I always treat the lower level as if it's blocks line of sight, even if it doesn't in actuality, even though it's open. Which I thought was a good way to get around it. But instead of leaving, you know, instead of having to deal with that part of it, it's sometimes nice if the terrain actually matched the rules, right? And did what it needed to do to make the game interesting and have more dynamics to it with terrain, as opposed to terrain that was useless and other than provide some aesthetics is the only thing that some of those actually did. So, I will say it looks like a nice set. And if I was debating about actually getting the 30k set, and I still am a little bit. It's that 30k set, or for some of you not aware, 30k is Horus Heresy timeline. For that looks like a nice box set, especially for the cost again, and you get quite a few models. And the irony is, you can get away with using those in 40k. In fact, I know some people that love it for loving using was it Mark II? I think it is. I think it's Mark II. Maybe it's Mark III, but I'm pretty sure it's Mark II. As for Iron Warriors, because it looked like the I don't know the proper term for the medieval helmets, but the looked fitting for Iron Warriors in particular. So some people will double down and they'll try and design it so it can work for either, and that sort of thing. Or, you know, because size-wise they're proper, and that's really the biggest thing. It is in their model line, so they can't really complain too much, right? For when it comes to tournaments, even they run and so forth. I mean, they could make rules and say you can't play, you know, 40k with 30k models, but there is actually some crossover. Um, what, the Leviathan for one, and the Sikaran, and some of those Forge World tanks and so forth that are, and now they're starting to bring those back out into 40k, just like some of the other stuff was at one point as well. For those who don't know, historically GW is kind of, they've done, for some reason, they've done some releases on Forge World. Forge World tends to churn and burn things sometimes, or used to. And then they've just, started pulling some of that back into the fold with 40k. In fact, one of the land raiders that they have in for Horus Heresy, I don't remember if it's got rules in 40k too, it might, but the old school land raider followed that pattern, so they kind of like brought it back, but it was still a better version of it than the original model. But somebody had some fun actually kind of returning, which was kind of mimicked off of, if you're familiar with the history of tanks or whatever, you can actually see the trends of where some of the models came from. A lot of it was based upon World War One based tanks, or early World War Two. Not so much. A lot of it was World War One. And I still love the story as to how they were called tanks in the first place. It was it was called a tank project, but they thought that someone might believe that it was maybe they were building this water transport a vehicle, right? So they can bring water up to the front lines. Was the thought pattern, right? And I mean, that sounds logical, right? You've got to supply your front line troops, and especially at the time, I mean, a lot of stuff was done by horseback or carts, or maybe you had some early base, vehicles or whatever, but early trucks or whatever in some cases, but either way, it was under the guise of as if it was a water transport, so hence tank, right? Tanks of water. So I always think that's a fun little story about a secret project by the British government to do that. And of course everybody eventually kind of came up with their own version, trying them out and so forth, and Germans even had some interesting ones. Theirs was really boxy. But I will say a lot of those early tanks were not super practical. It was, part of it was in the early years, it was fear. I've been such a large vehicle and the theory of what it could do, but in practicality, artillery took out so many of those tanks. It was just nuts. And they did have a hard time actually bridging a lot of gaps, because after a while they figured out, you know, how big they were and everything else, so then they started adjusting, and they built, you know, bigger trenches or whatever, so that they would get stuck in those, and then of course they had to try and overcome that by adjusting. And you'll see some of the early tanks, they added logs. They ended up transporting logs to help get them out of situations where they would get stuck. So it was kind of funny. But yeah, if you're curious about there's actually some really good historic documentaries that you can watch on some of that, and some of them were actually pretty good. It's kind of interesting how far they've come, and I mean, it's amazing to think how far air travel or airplanes have come in regards to combat as well. I think about it, World War One, it was like you're dealing with biplanes, and if you don't know what a biplane is, go look it up. Yeah, you're not talking far off of Wilbur Wright and aircraft. A lot of them were used more for reconnaissance at the beginning. It was perfect for reconnaissance. You get such a good perspective of the battlefield, and you're potentially high enough, you were fairly safe. But yeah, you could see for quite a ways, so it was a good strategic advantage, as well as, I mean, they used to do the air balloons as well for the same reason. And then they started adding, giving them basically like, pretty much like, almost like grenades to use. And drop and so forth, as well as, I mean, you've probably heard about the dogfights, and definitely some air-to-air combat, but yeah, and of course that all advanced quite a bit. As you're well aware. And if you think about it, it didn't take many years. In fact, a lot of the commercial air travel was based off of retired military craft. I forget which aircraft was one of the most common ones at the start, but it was one of the earlier, and then they retrofit them, and then for a while then they started just manufacturing them also for it. And of course, the early days, it was like a luxury thing, right? It was, ooh, you know, you had to, theory, really be somebody to be able to get onto a plane and pay a pretty penny for a ticket to fly, right? So it was more status thing. And some of the early days, and of course to go along with that, you know, that's where the whole stewardess thing really came from. And in the earlier days, it was truly full service, right? I mean, they treat you pretty well on the plane. And to have some argument for charging the prices they did. Right? If you can imagine. So, yeah, I can't think of anything too much else that's. But yeah, I'm really looking forward to what's going to happen with the chaos. We'll see. But it's kind of funny watching some people do the math hammer on the corn berserkers, looking at old costs and new costs and how effective. You know, point per point. Well, what did you get out of it, right? Or equal points, however you want to consider it. But they didn't. Yeah, I don't think it's super impressive with the corn berserkers, but Abaddon's looking pretty beefy. So I normally run Black Legion. So that'll be nice, but he's expensive point wise. So I'm not sure how practical it is for me to really field them, but we'll see. I'll have to make the decision at some point. Yeah, the irony is I used to run a squad, but actually I used to run 2 squads of Corn Berserkers with my Black Legion, so they're, I forgot the term, but you know how Abaddon has the ability to kind of like seem to be the liaison between uh, uh, the various legions, right? And kind of pull them a little more together and on occasion and for a purpose. So it made potential sense to have some. And it was a decent list, I thought, for what I could pull together, especially after, you know, other codices were so good. I did a lot of mixture of Slaanesh and Khorne. At one point, I even had a little bit of all, almost everything, and if I really wanted to, I could. Um, but most of it was really Slaanesh And the way some of the demon stuff worked, I would run 4 Mauler Fiends. I'd run 2 Mauler Fiends, Lord Discordant, and some Demonettes, and even some Slaanesh, some Heralds of Slaanesh. Reason I ran the Heralds of Slaanesh is they would allow you to move and charge to anything with the Slaanesh demon keyword. Well, guess what? The Forge Fiends, or Mauler Fiends, I'm sorry, are just that. They were still demons, in addition to being demon engines. So then all of a sudden, they could actually, oh, did I say move and charge? But run and charge, or advance, whatever you want to call it. So that was pretty swift to then get them so they can more easily get into combat a little sooner. Well, especially since they had no gun. I mean, you could give them one, but you're better off giving them the Lasher Tendrils. So, and the Lord Discordant helping out with it as well, and it was a pretty nice combination. And then the Demonettes were just a cheap objective secured unit. So they were there to take up space and kind of round things out. They helped buffer where people could actually deep strike, right? So if I needed like a kind of a screening unit, that's where the Demonettes would go. They would be the screening unit. And then what else? I'd usually run rhinos for the corn berserkers, just to try to keep them around. And I know that they wouldn't get into the first round of combat, but the other, if you were not careful, it was pretty easy for me to get into combat for even first round. Because what the, I'm trying to remember exactly, but the Mauler Fiends, did they move 12? Or is it 10? 10 or 12? And then, of course, if you get good enough advance roll, and with some other adjustments, you can get plus to their movement, and was it also bonus to their charge range, I think, or something? I don't remember all. But it kind of worked out. I had enough stuff to put in there that, unless you were really deep, I could get to you first turn. Because, the trick is, otherwise you're getting shot up by either God or, at the time, guard or Tau gun line, back line. which is always scary, just getting shut up like that half the time. But no, it was a nice combination of the two, and stuff really worked well together. I know a lot of people ran like decimator engines and so forth for a while because shooting wise, they were the bomb, and make them Slaanesh and etc. Um, and I would run a couple of, I would even run like a couple of 5-man units of regular Chaos Space Marines. Again, they were a little more resilient, as well as I could put like a heavy weapon in the unit. So then they could either sit back on one or two objectives in my deployment zone, right? And then pretty much everything else had the ability to go forward as needed, right? And take up ground. So it was a pretty good advancing army, and had a fair number of models. Since I had like 2 squads of demonettes, 2 squads of those corn berserkers, 2 squads of Chaos Space Marines, and went from there, and some other stuff too that I can't remember everything to the life of me that was in the list, but let me tell you, the Lord Discordant, then I mean I had a lot of 1-2 punch stuff too, so the thought pattern too was, even if you somehow able to do something, and whatever, the next wave would hit, and that would be the second wave of things, would usually be the corn berserkers. And especially with them striking twice and everything else, I mean, it was rough. Hopefully by then, you know, I've carved a path that I can get there well with them, was kind of the hope. So do I want to do that now? Maybe. Yeah, I'm going to take a little break from that, and then I'm going to do some of the go back to the Beastie Brown. And if you didn't watch last time, you'll see why I do this here in a minute. This is where I definitely need to water it down a little bit. But you don't want it, you want it thinned out, but you don't want it watery. So you either dry it off, right? Because I don't want it just running everywhere, but I want to, like, in this portion here, where it's a band of, and I purposely did it that way. So then I'm going to make it as if, you know, some light shining this way, right? And if you notice, it carries down here too, which makes it somewhat more realistic. When you got it continuing, your eye can kind of follow that pattern. But a lot of this helps to one, it makes it so the whole area isn't that dark, right? But also adds a little more definition to the model, or the colors, to be honest, on the model. For a second there, my eyes weren't adjusting. One of the problems with this is when I have the light, and where I have the light for this, it's kind of right in my face. So one of the things that happens sometimes is then, because it's right in my face, my eye goes to adjust to how close the light is to me and not to the model. And I struggle to get proper focus. It wants to look at the thing that's right in front of my face before I hit it, right? Darn body trying to defend itself. And yeah, I haven't really paid a whole lot of 40K in a long time. It's been a little bit. I was doing the Age of Sigmar for a bit, and then that kind of died off with my friends, and I got really busy. Part of it was my fault because I got really busy with robotics, so all the hobby stuff kind of came to a halt in order to focus on the kids and that, which is good, but again, sometimes it's nice to be able to do something for yourself every now and again. Now, some of you will tell me I'm not focusing on the proper direction on this, and yes, that's absolutely correct. I'm violating the laws of the way light normally works off of these. Because if I was smart, I should be doing all like vertical streaks and not like these kind of horizontal ones I'm doing this way. But a lot of it's just to simulate, right? It's not reality and using true physics, or, well, it's not really physics, is it? But I'm not following the laws of nature and how, how light actually works and properly refracts. So, yeah, my fault. But, I some-wise I don't care. It's one of those things to simulate the feel of metallics without necessarily having to overthink it and make sure I got everything going the proper direction and etc. It's just at least to get the feels of, oh, that's a metallic object, and see how it reflects the light, and that's it. Okay. That's pretty good. I probably missed some spots that maybe could or should have it, but I'm not gonna, again, overly worry about it. Just wanted some way of kind of, again, showing a little bit more of that town jumping across. Actually, I probably should bring a little more in here. And so try and so a lot of that's some really thin layers there. Bring that up a little bit more. Now what I could do, bring a little bit of that brighter color and do a little mix here. I think it's a little too thick yet. Things I'm probably going to do here too is there's a yeah, some of this is kind of fun because it's like okay. It's actually starting to look decent here. But that's kind of the fun part here, is trying to bring up some of these colors. So if you notice, you see kind of like they're just trying to do almost like streaks of lighter. Now to really bring it out a little bit more, I'm gonna try and actually bring this up a little more. Trick is I gotta properly draw it out. Oops. So I'm gonna tighten up the brush here a little bit. I'm gonna use a little bit of this to catch this corner a little bit more here. And then this one. A little better as well. I weakened it down here for this again. Now, I'm gonna swap brushes back here. I need to bring this across this line here and here, and even down a little bit into here. Now I need to like sharpen this up a little because it's a little fuzzy as to where it begins and ends, which one thing you want with some of these, it's more of a consistent width. It doesn't have to be perfect, but you want it somewhat close so things line up. You know, it's kind of how I did these. Sometimes I had to go back over and glaze a little bit to tone it back, and pretty good. Okay, now I think I want to work on that joint. I was joking yesterday, I think, about I should count the number of rivets on there. I mean, it's technically possible, but there's a lot. And we're just looking at the one leg, let alone everywhere else on the robot, so... There we go. Was a little chalky there. Because I got my brush a little too dry. And, a little too much water on it, but I'll make this work, I think. It's still too wet yet. There we are. Yeah, one of the other things I kind of miss playing is a little bit of Blood Bowl, but there's another game we'll try to get a group, same group going on, and it just fell through like everything else. And now they're talking about all sorts of other game systems like Victory. It was a Victory at Sea, I think. Naval combat from I don't know if it's solely World War II, but it definitely is World War II in it. There might be a World War One option. I don't know. Good thing is they're not big models. They don't need a whole ton of paint. I would think they should paint up pretty quick because of the fact that there's not a whole ton of different colors going on. It's a little. One of the things I gotta start watching. We gotta check out the Umbrella Academy, and my son was reminding me about it today, and I think it's back on. I think I mentioned it recently. Oops, that's the wrong one to use, but either way, it's one I found interesting. It's kind of a weird. I admit it. It's got some weird nuances to that show, but there's just something about it. Okay, this is becoming a mess. So, okay, when you got a problem like that, I'm gonna let it dry, and then I'm gonna come back in and clean it back up. because there's just not much I can do about it. It's a little too messy. Ah, yeah, I'm scraping off paint. Okay, this one's gonna require some fun here and there too. Me. Is that charred brown? No, that's definitely not charred brown. What's black? Oh, there's charred brown. I'm gonna fix that one spot. Alright. So I don't need a lot of paint. I know this one's almost gone, but oops, got too much of that other in there. Not too bad. Okay. Oops. No. Not going too bad on this side. I don't like it as much as I liked the other side, but it's alright. Sadly, this is the one that's outward facing, so in theory I want it better. Yeah. I gotta think about the angle on this one. Where the light's coming from. Oh, that was a little strong there. Kind of interesting how it can be some ways too strong. You either just strengthen it up around it so then it doesn't look as strong, and or you remove. One thing I'm kind of missing is I did try and do a streak here, and that's not where it's lining up there, so kind of made a mistake there a little bit. I'm going to bring this over. And now to bring this in here. Okay. I gotta do it up on this side too. Crap, that's actually disconjointed too. Ah, that means I need to like widen this. Okay. And now to visually shrink it. The eye concentrates more on the center. And even I wouldn't have minded if it would have smeared the right direction. Once this broadens out here, I'm going to try and broaden this out a little bit. At least along the... This one I don't know if I got before and it rubbed off or I didn't get. It's pretty good. Let's get a little bit of this going as well. Even though it's in the back of the leg and somewhat hidden. That pattern would be to bring a little attention to it. Forgot about putting that in there. I got all this back in here to do. Okay, now this I almost want to be blue. Black. There's a spot in here that I don't want to draw attention to. Either way, being brown or black. Or brown or black. Brown or like the steel color, my bluish gray steel. So kind of just want to hit it up. Oh, it's just a little bit of brown, actually, not where it's supposed to be. Problem is, okay. Now back to the gold here. Boy, this is tedious. I just got feeling overwhelmed at trying to get this thing done in the 3 remaining months before one of the conventions. I want to potentially run a Kill the Titan like fun game, right? So it's not like, you know, definitely not competitive or anything. Let's just slap some miniatures on the table and try and kill it. or kill the pair. Because I'll be honest with you, just trying to kill one is not hard, actually. I mean, one round of shooting from a decent amount of stuff, and you're done. So I'm not like therefore rushing to. Yeah, I'm not thinking, like I said, competitive at all. It's just I'll run the Titan in the game, Titans in the game, and it'll be a joint effort by one or more players try and take them down. And then depending on what they have, right? If they don't have a whole heck of a lot, I can just run the Warhound, and that's it. If they have enough stuff, I'll run Warhound and the Reaver. And I don't even need the points to be exact. I just don't want it to be like super crazy, right? So if someone's only got uh, like 750 points or something, then be like, okay, let me run my just the Warhound. And then on the other hand, if we got 4,000 points worth of stuff, I might run both. Maybe. I'll have to toy around with it. Worst case is I'll just run, just like the Reaver or something, or it all depends. Just just enough to make it interesting. If I only got one model, it's maybe less interesting for them. If I got two, then they've got two targets, right? And they got to think about whether or not they want to concentrate, to take out one and which one, right? So there's a little more thought if there's multiple. That's why I'd like to have two on the table. I mean, in theory, I could still do it and just run the Warhound and maybe just limit their points. But I kind of like the idea that maybe they even do it in groups, right? They get together and a couple players get together and play. That's what I'd like. And then, worst case, I want this guy ready for Adepticon next year. I think this year I might allow Adepticon to trump any robotic stuff. Because they usually let robotics trump anything. And especially if we had a regional event and we remember right, it was the line just right. There was a regional that we went to. Can't remember which one it was, whether that was I'm almost certain that was Iowa, which is the one we won at, so I would have been a little bummed if I missed that this year with how well we did. I should say they did. Because most I did is kind of keep some kids in line this year. Helped with a lot of recruitment. While the students focused on a lot of the build aspect. But a few took some time out here and there to also help with some aspects, and they did fantastic. Ah, that's a mess. Okay. Nearing the end of this. One thing I gotta do is gotta clean up that somehow. I think I'm gonna put like a maybe a grease mark, or I'll go back and actually fix up that gray. But part of me just wants to put a grease mark there. Or oil leak thing, you know, whatever. Just look like it's. Today was one of my earlier starting days on this too. Ah. Well, so far it looks like it's going to be a quiet night tonight. Unless whoever's lurking decides to say hello, but you don't have to. Okay. There we are. Ugh. Wonder what my Chaos Army is going to look like, though. In order to even really work decently. Hi! Well, thanks, Patrick. I appreciate it. Hopefully you're liking what you see. I will say it is a fun model in a way, but it's just, like I said, it is tedious. So, hopefully you're getting something out of it. Okay, I'm gonna, just for fun, blob up this issue here. Now, I could try and do it as rust. I'll leave a little bit of that brown kind of showing underneath there. That got up on there. I just want it to look a little more purposeful than accidental. But, you know, like, gosh, I can't think of the names. You know, it's happy accidents, right? So, how we do? Oh, I still got a little bit more to go here, especially on like, that's too much. There we are. Actually, even just pushed it is what it did, and kind of spread it back to closer where it should be. Okay. Okay. So, whenever I get done with this, I may end up going back and painting some other smaller stuff. Like, I have my Age of Sigmar Oryx that need to be enhanced a bit. That one, I think, I see a little better chance of playing. I might, if my friend convinced me to, I might actually maybe do Victory at Sea and start doing some of those small ships. The irony is he's bringing up another game today. He's talking about tanks. What's your favorite tank? I don't know. The irony is, I mean, if you play 40k, you got tanks already, right? I mean, but ship combat usually works out a lot different. Now, I would argue in some ways it could work a little bit like Battlefleet Gothic. Although I only ever played, I think, one game of Battlefleet Gothic. I still have models. And it was a fun game, so I'm not gonna brag it. It's just a matter of finding people who will play. I mean, that's the ultimate trick with some of these things is you may have the best game ever, but if no one else wants to play it, or at least it's best to you, right? Uh, what good is it if nobody else wants to play it? Some of it, I think, is more of it's just one more thing to get into, and the community for 40k is so much bigger here in the U.S. There's just no comparison. So, I mean, like I said, I might do Age of Sigmar just because. It is Sigma is a pretty decent gaming system too. I thought the reaction stuff is kind of good. There's ways that you can react, so it can keep you engaged. I mean, you don't have to, but man, if you don't pay attention to some of that, you can be sometimes a world of hurt. Um, and some aspects of it are kind of decisive, and some are just take a while. And it's usually just takes a while unless you really put in everything you have, and it sometimes it's like that. It's like you've got that one turn, and you just bust open the can opener, and you're gonna bring down a whole bunch of stuff that turn. Um, but yeah, I do like. Oh, right spot. No wonder why it was dry. That was from days ago. There. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Um, okay, now I mentioned earlier about trying to blend these over. And yeah, so I want to do a little bit of this. Oh, I didn't even get the edge there. Okay. And yeah, if you can tell, I'm a brush licker. That's a bad habit. Like I mentioned before, it's a quick and dirty way to get just the right amount of clean off your brush, but yet leave just enough liquid on it, all in one step. Maybe there's some. I've seen a couple brush devices that try to act and deal with stuff like that, but I don't know. I don't know if I've seen anything that really does a good job of it. Not that there maybe isn't. I haven't really looked that hard at it. Okay. How's that looking? Well, you can't see very well because it's side. That's not bad. I already did get some of this. Okay. Keep saying it. But I think it looks okay. Not the greatest, but I think when I put in the next highlight, um, it'll help even more. And I'm really hesitant to put on the kneecap. I'm, I'll be honest with you, I'm kind of drawing the line in my mind about what I can actually accomplish before in 3 months. And I'm probably not going to get everything done that I really want to. Um, so I'm going to have to kind of live with what I can get done, right? There's the part. It's not going to be there. It might be in the other room. Or it's maybe over here. Hold on. Gosh, so many pieces. Oh, golly gee willikers. Yep, not seeing it. Okay. But yeah. Not sure. This is just looking a little fake on that side, a little much. I don't know. Okay. I think that's pretty good. I'll definitely need to clear cut it so I don't knock off anything else, although it looks like there's already something missing there. Okay. Yeah. Not too shabby. Oh. Hey, thank you. So, I don't know if you noticed that the idea was to match what I kind of did on the painting style for my old school armor cast Warhound. Oh yeah. Actually, there's a was it Iron Wolves? Um, they it was I if you're familiar with are you familiar with the armor cast Titan? Um, it is very plain. I could bust out the whole thing, but that's obviously the old school leg for it. A little bit. So the old armor cast one is very boring. So I wanted more. I mean, if you even look at it, I mean, there's a lot of. I mean, it's rounded, but a lot of flat area, right? So and there's not a whole lot of detail on the model. So one of the things I did, I wanted to add texture. So I figured, okay, I need to do some sort of pattern, right? That's a way to paint on texture, right, and make it feel like there's more depth to the model and so forth. So I was trying to find something that I liked, and most of the houses have just color blocks, right? Maybe in sections they'll do a checkered pattern or something, or in some cases you see flames in a portion of it, but not an overall like pattern. So with looking at the typical ones, I didn't find anything I liked. So then I just started looking through names. I'm like, let's pick out one. Maybe something will inspire me. So then I looked and I was just like, wait a minute, Iron Wolves. Wait a minute. Hello, Warhound. I'm like, that's perfect. Do a fur pattern. So I decided then to go with the fur pattern on it, and I had a field day. So uh, and then I played some matches at Adepticon with the Warhound, where we do a Adeptus Titanicus, but on a obviously a bigger scale, right? So we play it on the floor and everything else, and have scaled up buildings and everything to match. Um, but there's only so much you can do with a Warhound when you're facing either like Reavers on the other side, or gosh forbid a Warlord. There's two or three people that have brought Warlords over the years. Um, so you can have fun with it. Maybe you can knock off a couple shields or something with them, but they usually didn't do a whole lot. So I wanted to upgrade at some point to be able to do something a little more. So finally, I caved. I had so much fun doing it that I bought the uh, Reaver. And here's the other leg, and it's work going on it. So that's coming along as well, I think. So I'm fairly happy with that. There's one more level of highlights. I did one more on the kneecap here of highlights, and maybe you can kind of pick it up, but a little bit showing here and there where it's just a little brighter in spots. Um, so I have one more layer of highlights to do over the all the non-metallic. It's really almost like a bronze. than anything. It's not really a gold per se because it's kind of a little dark, or it's a really dark gold. Yeah, yeah, the old school ones exactly. Yeah, cool. What are you working on? And if you want to see the earlier portion of it, there's earlier levels. So that the carapace, even the fur is not done all the way up to the final bits on the fur, and I've of course got all that bit to do. So there's just so many pieces to this darn thing, and then the main body also got a lot more to do on it, but it's coming. Yeah, I wanted one for years, and ironically, I got my Warhound as payment years ago for painting up about half an army for somebody. They wanted me to match something else that they bought. And I don't know if they had somebody else commission paint it or if they bought it off of somebody painted. Here's the Warhound top and like its guns. But that's in essence what it looks like. I don't. You may have seen these around somewhere, but again, a lot of open area on it, right? Um, so like I said, I wanted to kind of do the fur pattern and everything on it, and it fits that face like perfect to me. I really liked how it turned out. So, but yeah, I like I said, I got it as part of payment for commission painting, even though it's like somebody that wanted the money, but I was like, maybe at some point I'll break it out and use it. And I had it for years and never did much of anything with it. I think I played one or two games where we did really big battles and stuff like that, and we broke out a couple of titans on either side, and so uh, one of the one of the guns. But either way, that's how. But yeah, this guy's a lot bigger, scaled up, obviously. Um, so what are you working on? You working on any painting? It's the other leg on the Titan, the Warhound, and then painted on the Titanicus symbol on there. Okay, so you're not a painter. That's fine. What do you play though? I assume you play. Obviously, you're familiar that the fact that it was a Titan. Well, other than the fact that I mentioned it on the comment. Yeah, almost bone like. That's exactly right. Because I'm in the shape that it had. If you look at the way this kind of gets narrow and then comes back out, it did make me think of bone. Bone almost kind of grafted on the metal. Although, to be honest, it's like, wait a minute, that's a piston. How's that gonna work when you got a fixed thing here? I'm like, that's probably not gonna work super well. But I'm like, whatever. I wasn't gonna fight the technical pattern of it. So yeah, that one's kind of bone, and of course, to try to blend in the bone into the metal, I kind of tried to do that, even though this one's a little lighter on the bone, and tried to leave it more splotchy for the where it's like whatever built up on the bone. But down here, I just did more NMM portions on the toes and all the other raised portions. Oh, Nurgle, cool. I've actually got enough stuff I could field a Nurgle army if I wanted to, but I haven't even touched that. I have a Black Legion army that I play for chaos, and then um, I started to kind of counter it on the opposite side because there was some fluff I really liked on the Black Legion. There's a comment from years ago about storm giants. So I actually have some storm giants. Those I have right here though as examples. So they're like one of the storm giant models. So still work in progress on those. Even we were going to do a narrative campaign, and first we were talking about everybody was going to do a Marine army. So it was almost be like Bad Av or something where sometimes they're fighting each other, but the thought was just to have some fun with something that would be somewhat fair on each side. But that fell apart, and so those guys are just kind of sitting at the wayside. Oh, Chaos Knights. Oh yeah, some of the new corn stuff. I'm curious what they'll create or what they'll bring over, because there's like the blood slaughter. I wouldn't be surprised. My guess is, and I could be wrong, they're going to bring some of the Forge World stuff over, and do it in plastics, and maybe tweak up the rules a little bit on it. And obviously, there was already rules for the blood slaughter, for example. Out of Forge World, but well, that's just my opinion. Because there's no reason for them to have to redo everything. Even if you think about it, the Possessed, they did new models, but they're still Possessed. Obviously, they changed the profile a ton too on them and so forth. So yeah. Oh well, I'm hearing rumors that it might be a little bit before you see the Slanesh stuff, or through Noise Marines and all. Uh, Night Lords are always like a side thing. Um, Maybe they'll have an enhancement kit. There used to be one. There's a lot of third party folks that do enhancement things for Night Lords, and some of it's pretty solid. Um, Yeah, actually there were, and if you look hard enough, you might be able to find some of the old Night Lord. I don't know if they still have it. I haven't looked in a while. Um, there used to be a Night Lord upgrade kit. I don't know if Forge World might have it. Probably doubt it. Um, hmm. I don't know if GW's even still has it anymore. Like I said, I haven't paid a whole lot of attention because I haven't tried to run Night Lords, but oh, so you've seen some stuff on Forge World? Okay. So that's probably where they got it then right now. And some of that may still work. I'm not sure how well it fits certain things. Like if you wanted to do obliterators or something, I don't know if it would fit well, but you could probably even cut some of the bits off. And um, one thing that would be neat is the if you like Night Lords, if you can imagine, there's the fantasy bigger models. I forgot what they're called, but they have wings and they're kind of like undead like. So they would be like perfect spawn or the bigger new stuff that they're doing for Marines or Chaos Space Marines. Those might work out pretty cool for like fitting in with Night Lords. So it's still GW. So if you're even at a GW event, they probably wouldn't scream, and the scale of it would probably work for some of those. I forgot what they call them. I forgot the new name for those models that are coming out. The really freaky, warped out, like body horror type models that they're doing now. So, but yeah, that will be kind of interesting. Um, so okay, so you jumped on. Why don't I continue working on something? You got a preference for what you'd like me to work on, whether it's non-metallics or if you want me to work on the fur? I've got all sorts of stuff I need to do. Yeah, okay. Yeah, well, there's Chaos Spawn, but there's something else too. There's a new unit that I can't remember the name of it right now. But they're kind of obviously they're kind of like Spawn though. They just remind me of Spawn, but they didn't call them that. They call them something else. Um, unless they're replacing the Spawn with those, and they're still basically the same thing, and they're just calling them something else. Which who knows? It might have been the big cultist things. Yeah. Ordnance or I can't remember. But yeah, what do you want me to paint up? You want me to work on? I'll probably work on this model. It's just a matter of whether or not you'd prefer I work on fur, the metallics. The other option is if you'd rather watch me actually work on the power fist assembly and clean up an assembly. I've got the huge power fist for it. But I need to do it at some point. All in bits. There's a ton of pieces to this. Because all the fingers actually articulate. So it's got each joint. All along. Both like bottom for like the pads, and then there's a separate part for the top. Pieces. Whatever I like. Man, you don't make it easy. Okay. Let's work maybe on this carapace. I'm gonna work on maybe the fur, work back on the fur again. And like I said, for reference, I'm going from basically here to here. So I didn't put the highest level highlight. I think I got everything else up to that highest level. And because I'll be honest with you, I've been painting that gold for a while now on both feet, or gold, whatever, bronze. And it's gotten to be really boring and tedious. So this is 2 blue. This is glacier blue. This is the problem with it is I do blue grays for it's like steel, but when I'm doing the fur, I don't know if you caught that, I'm doing more natural grays, not the bluish grays. So I've got somewhere the lighter sky gray. Yeah, that's it. Oh, you do. Oh, okay. You do the silver instead of bronze. So do you do? Okay, so you say you don't paint. Do you not paint at all, or do you try and just kind of, do quick work of it? There's no right or wrong because it's whatever you enjoy out of the hobby. To be honest, because I mean I enjoy multiple aspects of it, but not everyone does. Some people. There have been people that just paint and they don't even play the game. right? And then there's others who, um, you know, play and they don't bother painting their models. They'll either never paint them or they'll send them out for work. One of my friends actually, I don't know if he still does it. He used to work with a bunch of people out of Sri Lanka to paint models. So you get, wait a minute. So you get commissions. Wait a minute. So do you, wait a minute. You send them out to those who do commissions, or do you actually get commissions, um, and you paint them? Because I thought you said earlier you didn't paint. Wait a minute. So you, oh wait, and you entered a raffle. I missed that earlier. So you entered a raffle and you won a Warbringer Nemesis Titan. That's cool. $24. That's just nuts. Wow, congrats, man. That's kind of a big deal. So, yeah, exactly. Effing crazy. Yep, absolutely. I mean, that's what those things are for, and someone's got to win it. And you know, have you even assembled it, or is it one of those shelved items? Because they, like I said, they. Now, if I remember right, that's the one that's actually in between the Warhound and the Reaver, right? Isn't that between sizes? Oh, it came. Wow. So it came painted. Yeah, the newest one. I think it's in between sizes, isn't it? If I'm remembering correctly. Okay. So you got to pay it a little more attention too, because this is a little harder in ways. Third largest. Yeah, because it's Warlord, Reaver. Well, okay, I'm assuming third largest manufactured, right? Because technically, there are bigger Titans than what Forge World even makes. Was it the uh, Emperor class and yeah, those are, so it's the third largest manufactured. Okay, so yeah, it's so yeah, that is in between. So the Warhound is the smallest of the actual Titans, so it's in between. Okay, that's what I thought. It's a nice model though. That's cool that it was all painted and everything. So and magnetized and wow. So are you here in the States at all? If you're here in the States, have you ever heard of Adepticon up in Chicago area? I don't know if other cons do what they do. Live in California? Okay. Um, at Adepticon, like I said, they run that Adeptus Titanicus, but with the full scale guys like this. Um, and it's a blast. It's not competitive. In fact, uh, they have additional rules. So, for example, if your Titan gets knocked out, um, you can bring it back in the next round. So the idea is, you still want to be able to play with your toys. So they do. They let you still play. It's much more relaxed atmosphere for it. Now they do, though, however, also run some other events where you can still bring your Titan, and it is competitive. Um, and they'll do apocalyptic or apocalypse size games. So you're on the table with however many people, right? Um, and there's multiple Titans out there, and uh, other big models too. And they might even run a few small ones, but yeah, constant reinforcements basically. Oh, Nova Charity. Okay. Well, cool. Well, therefore, see, you helped contribute to the charity, and as part of it, of course, to try and encourage people to participate. They have prizes. I'm sure any bet somebody donated their time. They might have gotten the model maybe donated from Forge World for it, maybe. Um, but that is sweet. Um, I don't know if you caught earlier, but I was saying one of the things I want to do at my local con and why I want this done, and hopefully uh, a few months, is I want to do like a Titan kill um, game where people just bring whatever, right? And the goal is to take out a or multiple Titans, depending upon how many points they can muster, right? Or they bring some of their friends and and pull them into it. So definitely not super competitive, because all it is it's a joint mission, really, right, with everyone playing against really the Titan, and I'm kind of more like the person controlling the Titans and doing all that. Oh, okay, yeah, yeah, but somebody's got to pay for the Titan, right? Because the painting bit, I don't know if they would donate it all themselves. Maybe they might. They might go and buy the Titan and do all that, but in hopes that they bring in a commission, right? The irony is, it may have even been one I watched. There's one I was watching them work on. Although I think the one I was focusing on was a Reaver, because I was wanting to see how others were doing theirs, right? For ideas about magnetizing and what to keep separate, right? For like packing purposes. I think I figured out how I want to do that on mine. Um, Obviously, I haven't assembled everything yet. Some of it's just still from this aspect of painting, right? Because it's too hard to paint, the entire model. That's just all assembled and try and paint it. It's not like I've got you know, 1 or 2 inch model that I'm trying to do, and that fine. You fully assemble that. That's not a problem, but Amazing how quick acrylic paint dries. Got to be careful going back over like I am. You gotta make sure it's dry or else you can cause the paint to peel up. But since I'm doing such thin lines to begin with, they dry usually pretty quick to begin with. Yeah, it's free advertisement. It is. And some of those commission ones are they're a good size group. And some of them therefore have quite a bit of commission stuff that they do. So it's just, yeah, pretty good advertising. So did they do a video for it though? Or did you look for one? Because some of them, they'll do that. They'll do the video as part of the advertising, right? Kind of one, drum up potentially for the convention. And if they did, then you've got nostalgia for the work they did. Something to think about if you haven't looked for it. I'm wondering if they did. And yeah, like I think I mentioned earlier, I used to do some stuff for commission, but we were a small little shop. There was 3 of us that worked on. You could argue at one point there's kind of 4, but there's really pretty much 3 at any one moment. Is usually 3 of us. How far back am I going? Somebody's, I think I need to go a little further back on. A little more definition, because I was thinking that it just seemed a little... So, yeah, that looks a little better. So did you go to LVO this year? Since you're in California, or BAO, the Bay Area Open. I have no idea where you are in California, but if you did say, I didn't catch that earlier. There's one point friends and I were talking about possibly making a trip out to one of those. I mean, LVO, usually there's a lot of plane flights into Vegas, right? And there's a lot of places to stay. So even if you don't stay right at the same location, you can find something usually. And but we had talked up a couple of those as ideas at one point. We've toyed with the idea of trying to head to Britain some year or something and do something there. Hit one of the, time it right. Hit one of the tournaments there, and then also maybe try and go to like Warhammer World and do all that. But then COVID hit, and it's like it completely dropped our minds. I don't know if we would. Oh, working too much, yeah. That I understand. So, you don't get out for much fun then, I assume. You got a family, or you talking about being busy? There's a possibility of another recession, but it all depends. Obviously, that's why they. Question is did they, raise rates too quickly? There's even the philosophy of you purposely put economy into a recession to revive it, kind of like um, it's almost like sometimes purposely putting a body into a person into a coma. Um, there's rare cases where they purposely do that in order to uh, help a patient recover, and then after a certain point, then they'll bring them out of the coma. Right, allow the body to heal. Usually, that's the most common reason that they do it. But yes, there's the possibility, but it's not guaranteed. If they're really happy, they'll get out of it without. They'll kind of revive the economy again without and stifle inflation without causing too much trouble. Because right now they're just trying to stop the inflation. Right, recession is the theory that they went too far on raising interest rates to the point where then all of a sudden you go into a recession. But you could argue that could be better than a long run of inflation. Oops. Ah. Yeah, you got a lot of family around. Yeah. So that usually takes up a lot of time too. Yeah, I've got one kid, and he's going to be off to college this fall. We'll be starting college. That's as I'm sure you have an idea. That's a pretty penny. So got me a little worried, but I do pretty well at my job, so I'm very fortunate compared to a lot of people. I'll admit it. So how's that looking? Jumps out a lot more, doesn't it? With it, I mean, you still got the graduated grays, but yeah, sometimes sometimes you have to. And I will say, this is not a cheap hobby, as you know. Um, so do you game at a local store, or do you just game with friends, or did you or are you one of those folks who kind of got away from it for a while and just haven't done it? But Still like to watch, see what's going on in the hobby, and hope at some point you can get back into it. Yeah, you got a few places local. Okay, good. Yeah, like I said, I haven't really done a whole lot of 40k play. I've been doing Age of Sigmar, more recent. Um, and that's just with some friends. We've been doing some narrative stuff. We're debating about actually streaming um, some of it, just because there doesn't seem to be a whole ton of people streaming Age of Sigmar, or at least I haven't found a whole ton. There's a few. I'm not going to say there's not any, but not as many as do 40k as I've seen. So how's your local meta? Is it super competitive, chill, somewhere in between? Every area seems to be different as to what theirs is like. Let's say if you play Nurgle, did you hear thanks for the follow too. Have you heard that the about the Land Raider? There's gonna be toughness 9 and they're pumping up the las cannons on it, making them better. I think they've had too much. Personally, what they almost need to do, you need to do an actual variant of Land Raider. And if I knew my plus for history better, I might be able to know there probably is one. They need a Land Raider variant that just has garbage for guns, but still the same heavily armored and a little cheaper, right? My opinion. Just let it be a transport. Fine, you can have the old school, variant that's got everything on it, all the bells and whistles, but sometimes I just want a transport that's actually going to survive versus a transport that just gets knocked out turn 1 and is pointless other than draw fire. Sometimes that's enough, though. But you play Nurgle, any bets that you probably don't run any Land Raiders. I don't know if you're running. I forgot the Nurgle termies. They're called. I was watching a battle report not too long ago, and man, those things just don't want to die. Especially now with Armor of Contempt. Assuming you're running the most recent rules. Oh, you have a good Land Raider? Oh, well, yeah, go ahead and eat. That's perfectly fine. Yeah, in fact, I mean, well, you're a couple hours ahead and you're already kind of late, so. Not a problem. Thank you for the follow and good luck. And hope to see you around. I'll be hopping on probably. I don't know. I'm not the best at keeping good time, so fair warning. Um, but right now I'm trying to plunge through this, so I'm probably going to be on here probably at least a couple more times this week. Well, it's already Thursday, so I'll probably want either tomorrow or Saturday, or maybe both. I probably won't do both weekend days, and then next week will be hugely dependent upon how my work schedule goes. Thursday or Wednesday next week is likely out. We'll see. I've got some other stuff going, and go from there. Yeah. So we got a couple more viewers. If you want different music, let me know. I'm more than happy to change. It's just there for background. Give you something else to listen to in the background, especially if I do get quiet for a little while. And maybe even sometimes gives a little something else to talk about if you so choose. But yeah, I don't know why I decided to torture myself and do a well, I know why I did it, but yes, I am torturing myself by doing an entire fur pattern on a Reaver Titan. That's just nuts. But you know, on the other hand, when it's done, I think I'll be happy with it. And I like how my Warhound turned out, and so far I'm liking how it's looking on the Reaver, so I think I'll be happy. And enjoy taking it to Adepticon for playing Big Boy Adeptus Titanicus. And everyone out there is welcome to lurk, but yeah, if you want to talk, feel free to jump in and tell me what you're working on. Or if you've got questions, you're welcome to ask. You got opinions, you're welcome to give them. Only thing I ask is just be kind to everybody. And respectful, so you can do that. That's not a problem. Oh, when I was starting to, when I've done a couple of occasional painting lessons, I always tell people the key to painting is patience, and that's for certain here. Okay. Keep rotating it around just to get a better angle on some of this at times. So just chit chat. One of the things I do besides my work and gaming and painting, I help mentor a high school robotics team, and this year we were very fortunate because one, we made it to Worlds, and then our alliance actually ended up winning the division at Worlds. Moved on to another level of playoffs after that. Although we ended up placing fifth overall. That's still a fantastic season, and yeah, definitely a lot of kudos to our partners like Citrus Circuits and Ratchet Rockers. But it was a blast. Students did very well. Very creative solutions for some issues. We were having overheating issues of motors, so they came up with what we call the octopus. Is basically a bunch of pneumatic hose, rigged up, and from that pneumatic hose you'd pump through use an air compressor, and we'd use that to help cool things down. So that worked so. So we also that at times they actually just even used cans of compressed air, like for cleaning off your laptop or something like that. We used canned compressed air, and what we would do would often use that to actually help try and cool it off too. That all worked so. Sadly, we actually had to, well, we didn't have to, but we were wise to step out and let one of our other partners play when we were overheated. If you're not honest with your partners and tell them that you're overheated, and that's not fair to them, versus, okay, you are, then well, one of your other partners jumps in and takes over your spot. And not that we didn't want to play, it was just a wiser thing to do. Yeah, that's something else I do. I used to also coach hockey. I did that for 10 years. Yeah, let me tell you, I'm loving this wet palette. Definitely helps keep my paint from drying out super fast while it's on the palette, that is. I've had occasions where it's lasted a day or two. It all depends upon temperature and humidity in the house and how well I closed it and everything got. I don't know if I'm liking that one as much. I'm gonna try and scrape. Yeah, it's a little better. Not a whole lot different, but it's just didn't. It seemed a little too rounded in a weird direction there for a second. You notice, well, the key for me to keeping somewhat decent lines is support. Right, usually both the model and my painting hand. So I'm resting my hand against the model, right? In this case, I'm putting the whole thing, good portion of my hand down, right? Even my knuckles and painting, and then the model is resting on the table and it's in my hand. My wrist on my other side is actually on the table. Yes, Mom, I'm putting my wrists on the table. um, but, it just gives you more support, right? And the other thing that's helped me is after a while I've gained more confidence in myself, so I it's not as nervous when I paint. So therefore I don't really get the shakes for that. And by the way, flames would be somewhat similar to this. The irony though is just remember, technically the flames are the other way around. Um, it's usually brighter at the source and darker as you go out. So if this is a flame, the under the deeper part would be light, and like the outer part would be more red, so it'd be like white, yellow, orange, red, or something along those lines, right? And somebody out there is going to tell me that I probably should be doing fur differently, which to be more accurate as well, but I'd be curious. I didn't do a whole ton of research on it, I'll be honest with you. This just felt right, so I ran with it. Okay, there's a little blotch I had, so I just went ahead and connected. I just had it go a little further. That's one nice thing about uh, a random pattern. Although I don't know if I would call it random, a natural pattern like this, right? You can have you're gonna have variance, right? So you don't necessarily have to have everything perfect. So if you can change something if something just doesn't look right, right? That's the nice part about having a pattern like this. It's an easier one in that form versus trying to do like I did on the one leg of the Warhound, since that's actually got like the checkered pattern on part of that leg, right? You can see in the background there that you have to have a little more precise, but again, for more precision patterns, that was a fairly simple one, right? Just a bunch of squares. You just grid it off. What I technically did is I actually drew on it with a pencil, lightly, right? You draw too hard and it'll actually scratch out the paint or whatever, but you do it light enough and you're fine. And so I did, little pencil lines to give me a sense of where everything's supposed to lay out first, right? And if it wasn't quite right, then I literally took an eraser. Now, the easier way to do that is make sure you clear coat first before you actually start putting, using the pencil. For a couple reasons. One, it protects the paint, all the work you did underneath, especially when I did all that hard work on the fur and on the parchment. So I did all that first, and then came in with the pencil and kind of draw it out. And I recommend that for almost any freehand stuff that you do. You actually plot it all out first, right? You don't, even though it's still called freehand, the reality is you should turn it into a step-by-step approach, in my opinion, and you get the basic layout or form first, and then you go from there to make your life a lot easier. One of the things that if I'll potentially even do with this too is if I get too far I go too far with this color, or if I don't like how it's shaping out, what I'll do is I'll come back in with the really dark, kind of almost like a, thank you. Layman Russ, I love it. You obviously know where I got my name from. Yeah, my first army was actually Space Wolf, so that's now on the other hand, you could be a guard player. So finally another dude's painting building a Titan on Twitch. Who else is doing it? Are you doing one? And if so, which one are you doing? What size? And I'm assuming you're talking full scale ones and not the Adeptus Titanicus, you know, smaller, or if you've been around for a while, the old school epic Titans. Or even the old school Adeptus Titanicus, which did exist too. Oh, the Reaver is I haven't really measured. I if I was to guesstimate, I think the leg here is probably about maybe 10 inches. Now this one's bent more. So the other one is probably about 10 inches tall, if I had to guess. And so this guy, I would say, is probably about 10 inches tall. So then after that, you've got the hip joint, which just doesn't add a whole lot to it height wise, and then there's a little block above that, and then there's your main body and carapace and so forth. When you add the rocket launcher on there, it's probably it's gonna be like mid-20s in inches. Now watch. Of course, now if you want me to have to convert that to centimeters, don't make me do that. Oh, how expensive? That's a good question. Gosh, what did it run me? So, I got mine actually second hand, so I got it off somebody else. Even same with my Warhound. My Warhound was actually payment for commission painting. This, on the other hand, was kind of a cross situation and whatever. But I think they're running. It also depends how many weapons. I'll be honest with you too. But they're over. I think when it's all said and done, with all, if you get all the weapons that I got, it's probably close to $1,000. So, yes, that is an old school one. The old armor cast. You caught it. That's what inspired me. That's why I did the third pattern to begin with. If you're familiar with the old armor cast one, it's pretty boring. It's a pretty boring model. In fact, one of my friends hated it. He thought he's like, it is ugly. And then he tells me later, it's like, dude, you suck. You made the armor cast Titan look good. But yeah. And I haven't priced it out in a while either. It could even be more expensive now, but because this has been sitting around for a little bit. So I'm not even sure what the prices are right now in Forge World for them. God forbid you get a warlord. They're huge. They're they're close to 3 feet tall. They're like a small kid. I'm waiting for them to do some of the old, even bigger ones, but they're probably it's not practical. It's just too much money. I know of some people who've tried to scratch build some though, um, and then they got to try and come up with rules for it for you know apocalypse games. But to have multiple work in progress Titans, yeah. Well, actually, the other one's done. Well, I don't think I'm quite done. There's a couple things I'd like to do um, on my other on my Warhound, but for the most part, I'm pretty well done. I think there's some um, markings I'd like to add. The thought pattern is I was going to potentially add markings over the time for some of the events that I do right with them. So kind of a fun paint based upon narrative results, right? Um, so a conga line of yeah. I mean, let's be honest. If you want to start somewhere, if you think about it, the easiest thing. I don't know if you play orcs or know some people who play orcs, and therefore a um, doing an orc one is a probably an easier place to start, right? Because if it's a little rough, guess what? It's orky, right? Um, and it would be a good way to practice and get comfortable with what you could or can't do, and then maybe you get some ideas over time. I don't know. I'm not sure about scratch building one of these bigger ones. It's I'm not quite sure how you'd really go about it. Um, I mean, trying to sculpt up everything would be insane. You'd almost have to like, um, I mean, if you're willing to lose a lot of the detail, you could probably do it, and it's just a matter of getting the plastic card and then bending the plastic card to shape, and you could probably do that with some PVC for like some of the bits and so forth. There's out there I've seen where people have done kits. They're foam kits for a warlord titan. Um, I'll tell you this though, a lot of people had troubles assembling them, but they made it work. And then the other trick is painting it because it's foam. You have to be you have to be very careful because they were trying, they're wanting to. You can't use the spray cans or any of that, or else the usually your either aerosol additive or whatever, it'll just eat it. Other They also had problems gluing it as well because there's only certain types of glue that you can use well with foam. Um, so Or that insane siege engine from Fallen Angels that is 100 meters long and has a bombardment cannon and a bunch of mega bolter turrets. Oh yeah, some of the I could see doing a siege engine or whatever. You just basically can do like a big cannon, like you talked about. You get some PVC or copper pipe or whatever, and um, then it's just a matter of getting other fittings to kind of change the dimension a little bit, just to uh, make it seem more realistic. And um, then you just need uh, something for it to sit on, right? Some either a fixed. I don't know if it. So is that siege engine? Is it fixed or is it mobile? The one you're talking about. If it's fixed, then it's even less worrisome. If it's mobile, sometimes you can get like RC car parts for some things, and you might be able to use some of that for. So they might be. They're small enough that they aren't like too crazy, right? But they're big enough to be for something big, right? In this realm. That's something to consider. Oh, okay. Ah. Yeah, I wasn't familiar with that siege engine that you're talking about, but okay. That was a little too thick. That's okay. That's a good thing about fur. I can just argue that. It's just he's got a little lighter section. He's starting to turn more gray. I might thin this out a little bit and bring this up. That's alright. I may come back with the black and touch that up later. Catch it from the outside and thin it out. Ah, okay. Oh, so yeah, later in the Horus Heresy. So I can imagine almost looking like a ground version of a the whatchamacallit, Thunderhawk. I mean, I will say this though, with some of the terrain stuff that GW has today, you might be able to take some of the terrain, and it might be a cheaper way to do something like that, right? I don't know if it was supposed to look kind of more gothic-like, right? Or is it more clean-lined? If it's supposed to be more gothic-like, then a lot of the buildings would work, and then there's some of the newer buildings that sets that just came out with that aren't. Oh, they don't really have the gothic stuff. It's more clean-lined, more typical sci-fi. Like those would. That might be a place to start, just to get some pieces that have various dimensions, because you don't just want flat plastic, right? You need some variants. So you either have to do a lot of planning, cutting, trimming, and stacking of plastic card. Which would be an interesting project. I'll be honest with you, I don't have the patience for. It takes me a long enough time to plan out how to paint or how I want to paint something. I don't want to paint it for how to build, but I can respect it. That's for certain. Typhoon Heavy Siege Tank and a Plague Crawler because of his massive cannon. So, yeah, because they say beetle-like. Yeah, I was envisioning kind of like shelled sections. So, um, but the question is it more rounded, or is it more like squared up? Or you may not know because maybe the descriptions aren't. But I don't know if there was a picture of it, or if it was all based upon writing description of it. Oh, the book didn't go into detail. Yeah. So I mean, if you think about it, you could do like building bits and then just stack them and overlay them, right? Kind of like even how this carapace works, because there's actually stacked sections. Um, like this part goes over this, and they stack like that. So the irony is, I did all this fur pattern on here. In fact, this is the first one I did because most of it was hidden. And so it was my practice bit, but that's all you really see is that little tiny bit all on the side. But it stacked like that, so I can see you having, excuse me. And then, I mean, this is rounded, right? But you could, in theory, even do like a squared up version, right? Which might be easier to do. But the other option is you get plastic hard and just bend it. You heat it up with either a heat gun, or if you're really, really patient and or it's really thin, you might be able to get away with hair dryers, maybe. And that you could potentially bend your plastic hard to shape, and then again maybe stack it, or stack it first and then bend it. I'd be afraid it would pop though if you stacked it first. Yeah, I mean that'd be kind of neat. I mean, coming up with something unique, right? I mean, what that no one else has, and be fun for some battle or something. Even if you were to use it as terrain in some cases too, right? And you play around it or something, whether it's theoretically destroyed or you maybe even incorporate it as part of the battle, and it's like a something that can affect either side, and it's more of like a narrative battle. The other thing you could do nowadays, it's amazing what you can do. If you have a 3D printer, you could, if you're decent with CAD, you can CAD up something for a 3D printer and run with that. I have a dilemma regarding your box dreadnoughts. I like the bulky, long look that the dual last cannons or heavy plasma cannons have. Okay, yeah. For the box, I also love the idea of them just going Bert moving down, mowing down hordes of infantry and light armored vehicles. So, are you saying you just don't know how to equip you're not sure how you want to equip your dreadnoughts? Easy answer. Pin or magnetize. Um, One, you get the flexibility to do whichever whenever you feel like it, right? If you need me to explain, I can talk about how you can pin it or magnetize. Wow, 7 feet, 6 to 7 feet long. That would be, yeah, that would be a challenge because then you're also gonna have to plan how to segment it to be able to even pack it up, right? Assuming you maybe want to be able to transport it, then it's a matter that gets wow. You'd have to put some planning into that too, but yeah, you could. I will say that for some of the 3D printers now, you could do some pretty interesting things, and you just have to print stuff off probably in various sections and then assemble. But you might be able to come up with something pretty cool that way. I mean, heck, if I had all the free time in the world, that might be a fun project to do. But one of my if one of my students was interested in 40K and or something, I might actually have them learn to cat up uh, something like that, right? And figure out how to print various parts, and so you can assemble it and make a little 3D printing project. But mainly be focusing on doing the CAD and as well as planning for it, right? You can't just CAD it. You have to CAD it in parts, right? Planning on towards the final assembly. Yeah, it would be a nice objective piece. In fact, in some of the stuff in Adepticon, what's funny is you're, I think in some of the Apocalypse games that I've seen, you're allowed to actually fire onto other tables for some of the long range siege weapons. Um, even just for fun, you can just lob some shell over somewhere else. We might extend this one back a bit because it's a little dark in there. I have to watch my tendency to clutch it back into my chest for support, because then you can't see anything if I pull it too far back. Ah! Oops, that was a mistake. Yeah, I can imagine the concussion from that. Yeah, this the shock wave that would be generated would be. I mean, it reminds me of some of the big like rail guns that they used to have, like in World War II. Uh, kind of like that. God forbid you find a model. I mean, the other option is you find something that's somewhat close and something to start on from whatever, and you either scale it up or whatever. But a lot of things that you're going to buy that would be 6 feet is going to be not going to be cheap. You'd almost have to find something that's just like a section of it, and then you either piece a bunch of them together, and especially if it's like narrow enough. That would be an interesting project. So back to earlier, who else are you watching that's been working on Titan? I'm curious who else is doing one. I've seen some stuff on YouTube like after the fact, but I didn't see anyone actively working on Twitch. Doesn't mean there isn't. I just haven't found them. Not that I've looked here recently. I was looking a while back, like months back. And even then, I could have missed it. Oh yeah, possibly. Especially again if you're close enough to it. I mean, the normally your Titan shouldn't be anywhere near that. I mean, your smart thing is your that technically should be backfield artillery, right? Because how far that thing would shoot, it's not going to shoot at anything close. Realistically, it's one of those things where you almost bring it to a convention or something, and it's like the gun can't even fire anything on the table because it's too close. It's got to fire at something on another table. That'd be funny that. But it would be realistic. I would hate to think of what would happen if they tried to fire at something point blank. Jeez. There's not. There's shells. Be hilarious if not the magma shells that can fire were what won a massive Titanic battle. But just the concussive blast from firing at NATO were some of the last enemy Titans and killing their infantry. Yeah. I mean, let's be honest, there's weapons out there that are designed not to kill by your typical means. It's there to cause uh, internal injuries from concussion. The concussive force of the blast just causes internal injuries. Some nasty stuff out there now. But yeah, it would be kind of neat. That would be a neat thing to make or whatever. But yeah, that would be a lot of work. Shoot, if you do that, then let me know. I'd be curious to see it. I mean, and that would be one you'd almost like have to bring to some of the bigger conventions just to show it off if you put that much work into it. But again, you'd have to figure out how to transport it. Half a decade, yeah. Well, if you're young, you better get started. I mean, the other option, you get a team of people. Um, actually used to be on a terrain team for one of the for Adepticon. So yeah, you just assign everybody gets a different part to build, assemble and paint, and if it's all catted out, right, you can figure out the high level design that would should work all together if everyone follows proper directions, and that's your way to speed it up. Ah, but what are you actually working on now, though? I don't remember. Maybe you said earlier, but if you did, I apologize for not catching it. Oh, Space Marines. What chapter? Now, when you were talking earlier, you were talking about the dreadnoughts. Were you trying to figure out how to equip them, and then I was talking about pinning or magnetizing your weapons. I don't know if you want to talk about that. Oh, okay. You just use the built-in pin bit and so forth. Yeah, sometimes they'll slide after a while, but they usually work pretty well. The worst case is if it becomes a problem, you can magnetize it later. Um, there's a Mauler fiend that I converted years ago. It's nothing crazy per se, um, but it was enough to make me enjoy the fact that I had gone through the effort, and I thought it turned out well. What I did, if you're familiar with it, he's got like a he's got it almost as if he's got his fists on the ground, almost like a gorilla with his fist on the ground like that. And fine, but I wanted a different pose. So I ended up repositioning that arm so it was as if it was punching. Um, so I had to do a little bit of sculpting work on it to refix some of it, redoing some of the muscles and so forth. But that turned out pretty well. A lot of people don't even, unless you know the model, they don't even notice it. Which is some of my favorite conversions are ones that nobody even, they look natural, right? They're not like obviously swapped or something, unless I know the model, and that's the only reason. But it, and I also, its mouth is normally closed, so his teeth are clenched, you know. Um, so I cut in between each of the teeth, opened up the mouth, reconstructed back the well, this you see better. I reconstructed like along its back part of its jawline with the flesh to cover back over where I had to cut it open to also open it up to drop the bottom part of the jaw on each side. So then I sculpted that back in to cover that back up, and then had an open mouth. And then because what was weird is it was clenched teeth, but yet the tongue was sticking out. It's like, wait a minute, he'd be biting off his own tongue. So opened it up, and then I just took that tongue and just inserted it deeper. So that way it went further back, and to me it looked more natural. You're just trying to figure out if if you like the look of the dual as cannon or assault cannon. There was a kit from Puppet. What was it called? Puppet something. I got. It was for my Grey Knights, and I wanted a dreadnought with dual autocannons, and they had a kit, and it like looked perfect to me for Grey Knights. Um, a little more their style. Um, and it had some interesting shoulder pads on them as part of it. Um, that one looked pretty cool. They had some other fun ones too. And then for a while you had to get a Forge World kit, if I remember right, to do the dual. That was how long ago? Primaris Eliminator torso, legs, backpack, clothing, and added some Devastator parts, some weapons. No, he's a assault sergeant. With a plasma pistol and power X. Yeah. No, it's fun to I enjoy some of the conversions and respect that a lot. And for a while there, when I was really into the hobby and had all sorts of time, I knew the model ranges pretty darn well. Back in the day, and I did a lot of. I used to help judge painting and so forth. Um, and It was kind of fun to look for, even because we did appearance in general, so we also would look for conversions and the like, and usually had a scoring system that kind of got into as well, factored into the scoring. You like the Dreadnoughts Terminators? Shoot. So what you should be, okay, so if you like Marine, if you're playing Marines, are you doing um Deathwing? You should play Deathwing. That would be fitting. I can do a whole army of it. And justifiably so. And right now it wouldn't be bad either, I would think. I mean, it may not be the most competitive, but let's be honest, Terminators right now are pretty solid, and I don't know about Dreadnoughts necessarily in the meta right now, but certain ones more than others. If you like chunky stuff, you might like the... Have you seen the new Leviathan kit? Plastic kit? You'd probably love that. Okay. I would agree with you based on fluff reasons. They should be viable. However, you and I know, I shouldn't say you probably know that Games Workshop is infamous for going through trends over time, right? What's good right now is not going to be good a year from now, because they'll neuter it or something else will be that much better, or the meta will shift enough that whatever you're playing isn't going to work, right? It's either even if you might be able to survive, you might not be able to have enough mobility to capture enough objectives or whatever sometimes. Okay, I'm gonna have to take this off the table for a minute, because this is too tricky, I think, to do. At a weird angle up. This will like get near the edge. Oh, you can still maybe catch part of it. Well, dude, this game. How long have you been playing? I've been playing ever since second edition. So I missed out on Rogue Trader, but I've been playing since second. And with how many different editions and everything else, um, it goes through. Even what I see half the time within a year or two, the meta changes. Like what right now, Tyranids and Tyranids are the bomb. Tau can handle themselves decently. Guard or garbage. But what they're changing now with stuff with the CP. They're redoing some points, and it's gonna shift the meta some, I'm sure. But right now, with Armor of Contempt, finally Terminators, well, that plus their other bits and getting an extra wound, and finally Terminators can hold their own. But it wasn't that long ago that fine, woohoo, they've got 2 wounds. But sometimes for their cost, it was just didn't seem super practical. Sometimes it felt like they were more useful to playing Space Hulk than 40k. Second edition, Terminators were the bomb. That and characters, librarians running around going, 4 feet across the table in one turn and wipe out 2 squads, turn. If not more. It was just back in the day, it was Hero Hammer. Sucked. Your Terminators only do so much. They just get wiped out by that one character running across the table. It's fixed. I needed 2 pennies to fix the stability of a captain. Oh, okay. So he was on a bit of an angle or something. Yeah. So like this guy, he's going to be interesting. So if you look carefully, if you notice something, well, maybe it's not obvious here, but if I line up the legs, it's not even obvious right now. But trying to think of a way to show. But either way, these are not aligned right. Like this leg is higher than this one because this one I bent more purposefully. So I want him actually stepping up. And not only that, the way this is working is this is tilted upward, so I almost have to lean it in. So then it's all on an angle. So I might either do one of 2 things. Either this hip on this side is either got to be high and a bit on an angle. Actually, it's going to be closer. It'll be like that. And foot more up like that. And you can't even see it. Maybe there better. So it's either going to be like that, and I've got all this space underneath, which was intended. So now I'm going to have to figure out what I'm going to put underneath. It's either that or I tip, and this drops down a bit, so it's not quite as high. But then I've got to rig up both sides, and then I've got a stability issue with a Titan. I don't know if I want a stability issue with a Titan, especially when, how do I pack it, right? So I still got to figure out whether or not I want both legs separate for packing, or if I want both legs and the hip joint all together and permanent. But if I even do, the basis it's going to go on is going to take up more room. So then it's like, okay, how do I deal with that? That base probably has to detach, and then fine, maybe then I can lay these down or something in some case, right? But I may need to even separate them and have them each in foam or whatever. The base in its own piece. The torso definitely has to be its own thing. I may even need to pull off the shoulder pads. Likely. In fact, there's some people I know that their Reavers actually get packed in foam into suitcases. They use suitcases to transport their Reavers. Yeah, I thought about a tank. I'd have a problem wasting money for a model to literally destroy it. But it would look impressive. The trick is if I did, there's one problem with it too. And the problem is these Titans can either work for 30K or 40K. Okay. If it's obviously a newer style vehicle, then it's 40K. I could, in theory, make sure it's a 30K vehicle that would potentially transition over. So some of those are expensive, but now they at least, I could do the old, they've got the kit out there for it now, the one Rhino. That's in 30K, and pretty sure there's 40K rules for it too. You just don't see them. But it reminds you a little bit more of the really old school Rhinos from second and third edition. Especially third edition when Rhino Rush was the thing. But the other thought I had was actually have it be a building. And what I could do is it's kind of as if it's like stop motion. So I could have pieces as if they're falling from it and being crushed, right? Is a possibility. So I could do a building and then make it generic. And then I would only feel bad about using up some of my building terrain. Excuse me. And then what I would likely do is have it so that it would pin in and have therefore some support and stability there. Just going into a portion of that base. Kind of like there was a model I did years ago that was a it was a weird model. I took an obliterator, an old school obliterator body, attached some wings to it, and one of the old school Layman or the old school Predator, Chaos Predator, las cannon uh, caps or whatever you want to call it. It looked like it was a bird head. Took that bird head and used it as the head for it. So it was basically a Zinch. Uh, at that point, it was a Zinch Lord. Gave him like a spear, and the spear was actually stabbing into a space marine. But what I did is the metal rod that was for the spear went through the spear and into the model and into the base. So that whole spear was its way of keeping up in the air. Everything was up off the base other than the spear going into the target. So I could do something like that and actually pin in here, pin through the building and potentially all the way into the base to get something more secure. But yeah, I had thought about a tank, and even if I did, I'd almost want one big enough that I could like show it being decompressed. So it's like the outer bits, but the problem is the toes aren't even attached to this yet. Here's a couple of toes here. So I mean, then it starts sticking out even further, right? When you add the toes. So, and there's another toe that goes here and another one back here. But all of a sudden, its profile is even bigger, and it's like, okay, what am I going to have that's big enough? It's like I almost need like a Land Raider size vehicle to really show it. Still higher on the outer parts, but decompressed in the middle, right? Um, and I don't want to waste the money on a Land Raider nowadays. So, for that. No, again, I could do some sort of building that way, but if it's brick, it won't work. That wouldn't make sense, right? It wouldn't just decompress. The whole thing would crumble. But if you did like a metal structure, like a metal hanger or something, then maybe. But a lot of those, if it's curved, then it's just going to blow out the side. So I don't know. I haven't quite figured it out yet. How I'm gonna base it. At one point I had the one potential base, which was a rectangular base, could work, but I don't know. I right now I'm just I posed it for a action pose. And I figured at some point I'll figure it out later whether I bite the bullet and go ahead and spend the money on a. I already spent the money on this thing. Why don't I spend more money on just a destroyed tank? Maybe. But yeah. Glue them in and hope they last. Yeah, well, those pennies will last a while. And they're not valuable enough for anybody to pull them out. And the irony is they're worth more. They're worth more for the metal than they are for value. One of the reasons they're really thinking about getting rid of the penny. Probably should. Yeah, there was a model that I had to create a wedge for to kind of get them propped up right. There's fact that was the in a way it was that one dreadnought I was talking about with the Grey Knights, because it was when I tried to add the the other arms, it was too low. It was back when you had to measure from the gun, and the other concern was um, if the model was going to be too low, it would have been in a way of a lot of the terrain, and I wouldn't even have line of sight half the time. Compared to the normal one, would have been much more the case. So then I actually had to rig up something, so I jacked up his torso a little bit more, which made him a bigger target to be shot at, but I was willing to do that. So I figured that was to my disadvantage, and that I was bringing it back to a on par with where the gun was, but the fact that the model is overall bigger as a target just made it the advantage for my opponent. I figured, okay, that's fair. I still like my Grey Knights army. I think it's one of my better looking armies. Spent a little decent amount on the time on the paint job for them. But I also think my chaos those still look pretty good. They just don't maybe draw as much attention because they're not as bright. Because I mean, Black Legion, it's like, okay, yay, black. Not the most eye-catching color. So I've had to. But if you look at them up close, they're decent. They're just not as exciting 10 feet away, but you get them up closer, I like them. Although it's a little frustrating because some of the models that I've done, I can't even run anymore. The Biker Lord that I did, no, you can't have a Biker Lord. And it's like, okay, well, I've got a jump pack Sorcerer. No, can't have that anymore. What bugs me is regular Space Marines have speed options with bikes and characters. Now, granted, it's a newer bike now, but it's something. Well, and they could easily get rid of the rules. But I'll tell you what. So what happens? You know how many people out there have various Warhammer Fantasy armies, and how many of them don't even apply anymore to Age of Sigmar? So guess what happens? You still have people playing, and I even see on occasion people even streaming uh, old school Warhammer Fantasy. They'll just use the old rules and old models and continue to play it from whatever date. That's what you get. They're not going to buy anything else from. Yeah. Well, they could. That's one thing I could see them doing, because realistically, they're like, well, you know, these aren't really what sells. Because I mean, I understand they've got a business run, and if for some reason there's not enough market to justify them continuing to have Titans, even maybe even through Forge World, then if that's the case, then they may just get rid of them completely. And yeah, I wouldn't be happy, but I mean, let's be honest, not everyone has a Titan, but pretty much everyone out there's got, you know, Space Marine Army. Even a lot of the people that don't normally play 40k, a lot of them have, even if they're an Age of Sigmar player, they still probably have a Space Marine Army out there somewhere. And think about it this way, too. For the longest time, I mean, 40k is big here in the States, but for the longest time, fantasy was the bomb in England. All right. And then they went and got rid of it. Sure, they came out with Age of Sigmar, but it's not even really the same. You don't. Some of the models work. Some of them don't. The big joke, which ironically came full circle, squats. You know, squats were, you know, army back in the day, and not a ton of people had them, but you know, some people did, and they got rid of the entire line, wrote them out of the fluff. And then how many years later they bring it back? You go to the conventions over the years, and almost every year the joke was that one of the first questions was, when are you going to bring back squats? Just as even a joke, right? It got bad enough where they did not like even answering the question. There's times where like, I'm not even going to answer that. Because they know it was just a joke, and are just getting frustrated with it, because it's just like, okay, how many times do I have to listen to that versus some other credible question? But then sure enough, they bring it back. What do they call them now? Volterans or Voltans or whatever they are now. But they're still squat humanoid types. It's just that's their army name because they've got to have something unique so they can copyright it. Leagues of Votan, yeah. Yeah. Oh, Total War Warhammer games, yeah, became a big success. Yeah, it's just kind of weird. Sometimes you just would never, I would never have thought they would have killed fantasy. I mean, it was number, it was either number one or number two in their line, right? I mean, the U.S. production really pushed 40K, and I'm not quite sure. Obviously, I'm not me not being in England. I'm not sure how that all kind of shook out and how many people were kind of ticked. But at the time, I didn't worry about it a whole lot because I'm like, yeah, I don't even. I'm not. Sorry, I'm not a square baser. But yeah, it's almost done. I think I got a little bit of spots here. I might want to go a little further on. Kind of a weird spot there, but where it kind of forks or whatever, but makes it a little interesting. I wanted to have it go further up so it's not like sudden because it's otherwise fairly dark area there. It needs a little attention, but once I think I put the gold on here, I'll also draw that out a little bit and your eye will jump to different things. But there we go. Another piece a little further along for the carapace. So something else for me to clear coat again. I'm going to be going through so much dull coat. I actually clear coat with dull coat, so those tiny little cans, I just go through them like water. Seems like. Okay, so I think the only thing, the main thing I think I've got left, short of potentially, you're talking about guns here, guys. Turn it that way to actually get the whole thing on. This is what the volcano cannon. This little carapace for the gun, I might, keyword might, maybe do in the same pattern. I don't know, with the fur. I haven't decided any of that yet, but I need to get this primed. And the head, I tried, so I don't want to do I want to use actually a Warhound head instead of the the typical head here, because it's just, oh, this one's, it just looks odd to me. I don't know. Alright, it's cool, but it's just not what I was thinking. So there's another head I was thinking of using. I had my friend 3D printed up a Warhound one instead of me buying a Warhound head. Only problem is you can see the 3D print lines in it pretty bad. I could either spend the time to try to fill it, or he's got a resin one now. I may have him just trying to do one up for me with a resin based one that won't have the lines in there. Or if they are, they're so minute I can just easy clean them up. But yeah, that'd be another. But I think the next thing other than the torso would be the hip joint, and bring that up to the same level I did here, because it's normally charred brown, then beastie brown, then filthy brown, then ivory. So this has got the charred brown and beastie brown on there. So there's a little bit of highlight, but it needs the filthy brown like I was doing today, and then the ivory after that. And I was toying with actually trying to attach this already, but what I found is you kind of have to wait. And you kind of have to glue your hip joint in first, and then go in and put these pieces and rig them in there. So that'll be the fun challenge. But I think order-wise, I think this is next when it comes to thinking about trying to get the legs eventually assembled, and then that, or actually start working on the base like I was hinting, and figuring that out. I'm still trying to play around with, does it look okay to actually kind of have a tilted hip? I need to think about that human body wise, and even if it's not human, does it look okay for the Titan? The other thing that may happen is if I tilt that, then I'm tilting the torso a bit. There's one joint here to somewhat make it up, so I could tilt it back a little bit to kind of square it back up a little, but there's not a lot of play in it. So it wouldn't take out all of that tilt if I did do it. So, but then if I'm kicking this leg up to get this more level, then all of a sudden I've got less support on just a flat surface, right? Now I gotta build a wedge, and then that wedge needs to be creative enough to be somehow incorporated into the base, but it's also got to be secure enough that it can hold it, as well as be able to probably magnetize. Because like I said, I think I want to be able to at least take both legs off together with the hip, or I need to be able to take the legs themselves apart. The only trick is if you leave too much unsecure, the whole model can just fall apart. Yeah. I don't know. I think what's going to happen is these, I think, need to be glued into the hip, and they're just going to be all together. The only other option I could see is securing one end and having that glued, and that's one piece, and then the like one side just pinned in, going all the way in. But it wouldn't. That would be okay if I hadn't accidentally broke off a drill bit into one of these already. So then I can't drill any deeper. So that's part I'm struggling with. So, and chances are in 3 months, I'm probably not going to have all the hose assembly pieces done and ready to go and attached. So there's that finite detail I probably just will skip. Are the rules for a Terminator to wield a plasma cannon and a power fist? Maybe for if there's anybody that would have plasma. So Terminators, I didn't think normally got plasma at all. That was usually Devastators. Right? I'll be honest, I haven't looked at the Marine Codex in a long time. But if any of them did, I would think it would be Dark Angels. If I remember right, they had a propensity for plasma. So maybe they would. I mean, assault cannons, cyclone missile launchers. What else? Obviously, the Storm Bolter. I mean, for in the day, back in the day, it was assault cannons and storm bolters. I think they can. Some can get a heavy flamer. Well, I gave a Devastator Marine a plasma cannon and power fist. Yeah, no. Can't do that on a Devastator Marine. If it was Chaos, you could argue it's just an obliterator and he just morphed it into a plasma cannon and that just works. Okay. Now you're making me want to look it up for you. You know the easiest way to look it up, right? Battle Scribe. Okay, so add number 40K. And you're running just regular Marines, right? Or what chapter again? I don't remember if I got... bah, silly rules. Now let's just see if it's legit somewhere. Period. Imperial Fist, Lancelot. Where's this? It's up to Startes. Well, I guess Ultramarines it would be. Is your Joe. Okay. Terminators. Doesn't really matter. Let's do battalion. Oh yeah, there we go. Well, that's right. Terminators are... They're back to being troops, aren't they? No, we're back to elites again. Gosh, they keep going back and forth. Alright, well, Terminator Squad. Assault Cannon, Heavy Flamer, and Cyclone Missile Launcher. That's normally what it is. Yeah, so, gosh. Yeah. Yeah, normally not plasma. Let's see if one of the other chapters... I said if I'd been playing more consistently, I would know, but Dark Angels Battalion. Okay, elite. Terminator Squad. Wow, they look the same. I mean, Terminators usually come with Power Fist, so that's not a problem. It's the fact that it's plasma. But you could arguably count as if someone okay, you're good. Maybe Space Wolves, because they can sometimes do some funky stuff, but I didn't think so. I still thought heavy weapon wise. Trying to think if there's... I mean, if you played... actually, if you were to do Grey Knights, it would be... You could easily say that was like a Psy Cannon or something. Yeah, maybe Deathwing. If you ran it as Deathwing. I looked at just general Dark Angels, not necessarily Deathwing. I don't even remember how they allow you to do... It's not a successor. So it'd be Dark Angels. Somewhere in here you gotta be able to... tell it whether it's like Raven Wing or... Okay, Deathwing Knights and Deathwing Terminator Squad. Let's see if either of those. Hmm. Oh, yeah, there you go. Yes, they can have Plasma Cannon and Power Fist. Deathwing Terminator. So, yeah, I was going to say, if there's anyone who'd have Plasma, it would be them. So, yes. Do Grey Knights have Devastators? Sort of. They do have a heavy weapons team. What are they called again? Oh, they used to be able to, like, fire their weapons through things. They didn't need line of sight. Um, but it's not like they don't have las cannons. They've got either psi cannons. They do have a flamer, or there's what's the third weapon? It's kind of like an assault cannon. Gosh, now you're testing my memory. But they have 3 variants, if I remember correctly, that they can have. For Grey Knights, and they're all different. Obviously, they could have Stormbolters, but because their entire army, basically, Stormbolters. Even their regular Marines have Stormbolters. Rules to my homebrew Legion rules. Yeah, or like if you run them as Deathwing, then if it's a Terminator with Plasma Cannon and Power Fist, that is fully legit as. And yes, you don't necessarily have to follow the paint scheme. But if you follow the rules, you could easily just follow the rules for it. And now, if somebody doesn't worry that it's plasma, that's fine. Or you could tell them it's a heavy flamer. It counts as a heavy flamer. And if it counts as, no one, as long as you don't have too much counts as, no one's really going to care. There was one time I wanted to do an orc army where everything was converted, which would be insane. But it was going to be basically almost like fantasy orcs, sort of. Because there is the thought pattern was they were on a Eldar planet, but it's the Eldar that are actually more kind of in an ancient pattern than futuristic. I forgot what they're called. Exodites? Yes. Eldar Exodites. Where they actually like ride dragons and farm and all that sort of thing, right? So the thought pattern was the orcs ended up cropping up on the planet and of Exodites. and it was a planet with little to no metal. So they weren't using metallic stuff at all. So they ended up just attacking the Exodites and stealing their wraith bone. Um, so and the thought pattern was is the wraith bone ended up giving them psychic powers. So they're all casting spells, whether it's, through a staff or wand or whatever. So if it was a slugga, it was a wand. If it was like a full staff, then it was a shoota. If you saw them shooting out fireballs, that was like a fireball would be a burna, and then if it was a like a magic missile or whatever, it was going to be their equivalent of missile launcher. I can't even think what it is right now. But it would follow that pattern, but everything would be converted. But my fear was that people would be too confused, and it's too much stuff to keep track of. It's like, what is that again? Even though there was like only 4 conversions or 5 or whatever it was, and you just had to keep track of those 5, and they somewhat equated to the obvious thing. But I don't know. It would have been how much work to convert, trying to remove everything that was metal, or if it looked like it was metal, make it into like bone or whatever. And yeah, it just didn't seem practical yet. I don't know. I still haven't worked on my orcs. I could actually go on that route because I thought it'd be a neat spin on things. So of course, like, they didn't have regular guns because those have been metallics or metal. Yeah, feral. Yeah, it's basically sort of like feral orcs, but kind of a cross between feral and regular, uh, but but yeah, more psychic oriented. So the theory is they're all psychers, um, and all their all their weapons are all psychic based in essence. Not that you would take a whole psychic turn and that's all, or psychic phase, and that would be it. But it would just play as regular orcs, but everything would be counts as. That was at least my theory. But I don't know. It would have been, in my opinion, just way too much work. So I kind of abandoned it, even though I had started collecting a lot of savage orcs and started collecting some other stuff that would potentially help out with it. But no, I still have more regular orcs than I have the other. So, and it's like, how would you do any of the vehicles? That would I would have a hard time explaining that away. And if it was just infantry, maybe, but then I would be condemning myself or limiting myself in the army too much for other possibilities. So Grey Knights are they're the regular Grey Knights are in regular power armor, but just have a Stormbolter rigged into it. Into the kind of the wrist of it is with the Stormbolter, and then like a hand trigger to fire the Stormbolter. But they all carried power weapons. But they do have Terminators, and special Terminators are called Paladins. And they're pretty buff. Especially the paladins. The paladins are the bomb. Especially you give them, you put the right psychic powers on them and everything else. That squad ain't going anywhere. Especially now with armor contempt and all the extra wounds now and everything. It's just they're a beat stick. For the longest time, they were basically Space Marines that just happened to have storm bolters and a power weapon. That was basically it. The rules kind of, and then they finally, got more. They finally kind of gave them psychic powers, but they were neutered for the regular squads for the most part. Now they're okay. But yeah, they're just basically regular Space Marines with built-in storm bolters and just happen to carry all of them carry power weapons. The Dread Knights, aka baby carriers. That'd be funny to do one in a diaper. Um, yeah, yeah, those are nice models. I've got how many of them I actually have? Do I have 3 of them or 4? I have a number of them. Um, I got one as a prize moons ago before I even did the Grey Knight Army, and traded it in at the Games Workshop store. They're like, normally we don't trade, but fine, we'll. He was like, I'm short-handed anyhow, and swapped out that for something else. I don't remember what I got. But exchanged it for something else. And in retrospect, I should have just kept it because I ended up doing the Grey Knight Army later anyhow. That was one of my prizes at Adepticon. One year. I don't remember if that was for Best Painted or if that was for... Because we actually won the team tournament one year. We played Guard. And ironically, Guard was not expected to win. But it was a hodgepodge mess of stuff that to pull it off. We used one of our troop slots were Trojans, and each team member just needed one troop slot. So everybody had one Trojan as their troop slot, and then I think we had an extra troop slot each with just a regular guard squad, but within a chimera. And then we had an command squad with a mortar, and in addition to the mortar, we added the ballistics dude. I forgot what it was called, but or the artillery dude, where he could actually call down a bombardment every turn. We each had a Laban Russ. No, we each had a Basilisk. And then I also had a Layman Rust Demolisher as my extra. Because you could take one, you each had one heavy, and then you can take one extra for the whole team as a heavy, which I did as a Demolisher. And then we took an Inquisitor with Acolytes. And what happened is the Acolytes allowed you to, if both Acolytes were alive, it allowed you to pick a friendly unit within 12 inches that can fire at anything deep striking within 12 inches of the Acolytes. Or actually of that unit, I think. I don't think it needed to be the Acolytes themselves, but the Acolytes or the Inquisitor, just 3 models at that point in that squad. But you figure you spread out just right, and then all of a sudden you're limiting where they can deep strike. And we put them in good spots. So, and it's like, okay, fine, you deep strike in there. Are you sure? Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna target your squad with my basilisk when it deep strikes. You can do that? Yeah. Well, acolytes allow me to target your squad as you're deep striking. So that was back in the date when you'd actually use templates, and you had to deep strike in a template. So I'd cover every model that was deep striking, and it's like, okay, boom, I overlay everybody. It's like, oh shit. I'm like, yep, strength 10. You know. So it was just ugly. It was it was more anti-meta because that was the year that Demon Bomb was the king. And if it wasn't Demon Bomb, it was Space Marines and drop pods. So everything was deep strike. So we were just anti-deep strike, and everything else is just we just shoot them to death. So it's like, okay, fine, you deep strike outside 12. Okay, great. And you can't assault, of course. Oh yeah, I'll get you next turn. No, you won't. We'll just shot him off the table. That's, of course, also when Deep Strike came in piecemeal. It was just... It was nutty. It was the perfect anti-meta army. And yet, it was voted, like I said, as the least likely to win at Adepticon. But we proved it all wrong. We play tested it to the nth degree against demon armies, against all the meta armies at the time, and even a few other decent ones. And I think the only thing that might have given us a run for the money was an Eldar. Was it? I think we played Eldar one year, or that year. So it was kind of shooty on shooty. But we had enough shooty to be decent because, I mean, on my table alone, it's like, okay, template weapons at that point were the bombs. So it's like, okay, I got my Demolisher, that's a template. I got my Basilisk, that is a big template as well. And it's like, and I've got the artillery dude, that was 3 a turn just for me. And then my partner, and we were laying down 5 templates every turn. And, you know, with your squad coherency and everything else you had at the time, we were just covering up units left and right and taking them out. And what stuff we didn't quite finish off with templates, it's like, all right, now I'm just going to shoot you with small arms fire with everything else, and finally knock off the last couple of guys in your units here and there. Yeah, it was. Yeah, some people thought it was like, you can't take a tank company, and it's like, it's not a tank company, it's armored. It's an armored company. What's the difference? It's just chimeras. It's like, yeah, I mean, you take the regular number of tanks, and anything else has to have a chimera. But all of our chimeras just had a decent amount of firepower, and we actually upgraded most of them to, because you could upgrade at the time to auto cannons, but it just took a Forge World bit to do it. And like I said, the Trojan was a troop choice. It was cheap. It was only like 35 points, and it was almost like a chimera, or it was almost like as good as a Rhino. It just couldn't transport anything. But it was a troop choice. So it drove around and shot up things a little bit, and that's when you had side armor you had to worry about. So you left the Trojan to shield the side armor of anything, and then the front armor of the chimeras were actually decent, because they were, what, 12 on the front at the time? Right. And the sides, I think, were 10, and the rear was 10. So then you just put the Trojans on the side, and it just blocked it. So I couldn't have line of sight under the side portion, and everything else just sat there or pivoted a little bit and shot everything. We were bad. We were mean. But nobody else thought of it or came up with it. And then, ironically, there were some people that started to try and pull that together later in the year for stuff, but the meta shifted anyhow. I think we ran it one more year for the heck of it, because we just didn't have time to put something new together the very next year, and then I think we did Space Wolves after that. Or is that the Grey Knights after that? It was either way. But no, that was a good year. We were also lucky too. I mean, it takes luck to actually truly win a big tournament like that. So some of our matchups were pretty good, and I think that one little bit was hard, and it also had to be play safe and smart too. And we were pretty good with our play. And then the painting had to be good because we won overall. We didn't win best general, but we won overall. So we had good painting. We had good overall play, because I think we ended up losing one match and tying one. Out of 8. So we won 6, tied 1, and lost 1. Which wasn't, of course, good enough for the best general, because you had people that won 8-0. But on the other hand, with our painting and other fluff scores and so forth, we did just fine. Well, it's now 12:30. I'm going to call it quits for the night. Thanks for hanging out. Hopefully I'll see you around. Like I said, I'll probably be back on Saturday. Working a little bit more on this, probably. We'll then shift to the hip, and or if I want to do more of the if I wanted to jump back and still work more on the fur pattern, I'd probably work on the side. I would need to go back to the very beginning and do some of that, because that part wasn't done at all. Part of me is debating about skipping it and just cutting corners, just to make sure some of the parts I've already started get done. So the model will be partially done for my local con. At least, and if not, maybe a little further, but that would be worst case. The other thing I might work on is I need one more weapon. I only assembled one. I need to at least clean and assemble another. And I'm thinking the fist. But we'll see. And then fist would probably not be the greatest for that one, but I don't care. I don't care to win, so it'll look cool, I think, and might be good for Adepticon for running up against other Titans and smashing them. So we'll see. Yeah. Oh, good. I'm glad you had fun. And yeah, let me know what else you're working on. And at some point, I might even. If you got any other thoughts, I could pull out some other models too. If you ever want to look at, see some of the other stuff I've done that are actually done, not like partially done, or I guess you saw part of a finished Titan, but but anyhow, I will call it here and talk to you later, sir. Any dreadnoughts? Oh, painted ones? Sure, I do have, yeah. I have a nice Grey Knights one. I have a Hellbrute with, chaos equivalent. Um, that one's not bad. And then I've got I do have some Space Wolf ones, but this was in my earlier painting days, which it's okay. I don't think I have a newer one that I did up for Space Wolves. I don't think. I'd have to look through. I might have Space Wolf one. Yeah, I can see if I can pull that out next time. See if I've got some Grey Knights to pull into or Grey Knights, some Dreadnoughts to pull into things as well. But yeah, but nothing I'm actively working on. I do have some Space Marine. What's the scouting one? I've got a couple of those. I've got one that's primed, but I wasn't planning to work on that anytime soon. If I was done with this, I might be willing to have my arm twisted to work on that other dread though. That the art and the paint scheme I did for the what do they call them? The Storm Giants is actually almost exclusively contrast paints. I wanted to play with contrast paints a bit, so I was doing them. Now, I shouldn't say exclusively. So the base colors are contrast, and I still went back and did some normal highlights after. And that sort of thing. So there's a couple things that aren't contrast, but the base armor is all contrast. I think the one guy I showed earlier that was had a plasma gun, that was the plasma part was just painted normal, not without contrast. I think maybe the green was contrast, maybe the base, the deepest green, maybe, but I still went over with higher colors with it, but I think it was normal. But yeah, I can pull some out next time, maybe tomorrow, Saturday. So if that works out for you, Pomake or Pomacus, Pomacus. However, I'm supposed to pronounce that. Yeah. Well, you're welcome. But if you think about it, this is almost like a really big dreadnought. Right? Same idea. My Grey Knight one is done with non-metallic metals too. Most of my stuff is actually, with the exception of my Oryx for Age of Sigmar, and maybe my Orcs going forward. Part of it is if I ever combined, it was something we agreed to as a team. My early Space Wolves were regular metallics, but a lot of those have slowly been replaced and repainted with non-metallics, but there's still some stuff out there that I have that are old school, including some old school treads that are probably in half in pieces and that sort of thing. I need to find the rear bit here and also attach that too. Maybe I might do that off camera sometime. But yeah, I'll pull out pull it out for next time and bring that up. If it wasn't this, if you would have told me earlier, I probably would have grabbed it earlier. But that's all downstairs right now. Yeah, I don't have anything up here at the moment. So anyhow, have a good night, everybody, and I'll probably see you tomorrow or Saturday. Okay, talk to you later.